Not yet. That would have been bad. Come on, YouTube. Show me. Show me that we are live. We are live. Cool. So, in the previous, episode, we developed a lot. I also, in between the episodes, I guess that's the first thing. In between the episodes, I broke the core and the page file separately. So now they're not a combined file. I also put up a GitLab repo for development so that other people can do development on here at the same time. Oh, okay. Now I'm hurting myself slowly. Okay. So that's pretty much the stuff I did there. I just broke it up. We kind of just broke it up in the same way. So the core is literally just setting up the offset and then doing the passive reading. Passive reading, the same as we did at the very end. Every time a page gets set up, we go through it, erase 357, we replace with the code with the offset, and then the 657s afterwards we erase, and then we say we're done with that and we don't erase anymore. We be kind. We be kind. So, modifications with that then comes into commands. Has to be the number, because when it goes to the core, it's actually going to look at the number of the command and add that to the offset. It's just so that we don't have to have a list of anything. It saves memory. We're doubling up our memory that we're currently using. So that's that. Page 1, I made an example of the show text that worked. Quick rundown to there. The game interpreter, you do command, the offset, plus whatever this is. Sadly, you can't use args here, so you have to hard code that number in. But it also helps verify which one's which. I recommend doing this as well, just because it's going to make it easier in the long run. You get args, you break them up. I do this thing, this if args face. That's so when I do a JSON parse and it calls it again, it doesn't do a JSON parse on a JSON parse, which it breaks and yells at you. So that's how I did that. Made it into a par, and then I basically copied command 1 to render the same thing. Ultimately, this should also include 102s and all the other show text variables, but for now, this was good enough to get the test. I have 2 copies here as well. All these are not GitLab repository ones. These are the actual project ones. So we'll be coding in here, and then whenever somebody's like, hey, can you send me that code, I'll send it over here. Actually, I was going to do one other thing real quick. Let me open up my GitLab and make a new branch. I'll show you guys this. This is all. So this is the GitLab project for it. You can see the history, all the stuff I did, me debating how I wanted to show contributing, and then me finally figuring out, like, actually, is it this one? Yeah. Me finally going, like, this is how I want it to show contributing. So me, Colonel-chan, and then SkipDD. I'm mispronouncing names completely, don't mind me. This is me updating it and breaking up the page. There was some smaller issues, I figured it out. If you remember back from the first stream, I did an experiment where I shoved the parameters for the show text, this works. I can shove the parameters in the show text at wherever I'm using it, but the engine will complain saying it's not MZ compatible. Even though it works in MZ, it will complain. And I'm guessing it's because it's detecting this line twice, and it's going, this isn't what I normally predict an MZ thing to be doing. So we're just going to deal with the other way, and we're going to call it. So let me create a new branch. This will be the live stream branch. Live stream branch. And let me publish that up to the internet. Okay. So if anyone's doing code development off the live stream, I highly recommend branching off the live stream. Can I show you the branches? Ooh, I've never done that before. I can show you the branch list. So these are the branch lists, but I want to show you the history of the branches, which I don't think I can in this. No. Basically, if you're going to do anything with helping me on the live stream, or in reality, you could make it off master as well. Both of them are the same right now. But as we progress, I will be working on the live stream branch, and all master and everything else will eventually get merged in, and I'll do the merging. So you just have to merge into the live stream branch with me. Okay, that's enough Git. We got this working. Struts removed to the bottom. That's all great. So I believe that we're still working on the text box. Oh yeah, I forgot. I wanted to show this off. So we were playing around before the end of the stream what is going to be the arguments for the show text command. And we have a couple of crazy ideas and stuff. Right now, I think we best start out with just the basic, can it show it, can we tie everything together and all that. So I'm going to work on that. I'm also going to work on the core file. It needs to do some modifications to the other game interpreter files. So let's bring up that real quick so I can show you. Right here. So I'm going to zoom out. Tell me if you guys can't see that text, but the text is so big it hurts my eyes. So we need to adjust this command, because what we need to do is also include the cases of basically if we add a 3 to each one of these. We just need to add those cases as well, so that when somebody's using, let's say, the default show text, but all custom choice options, show choices, it's going to work the same. It's going to show the text from the default, and then it's going to show our choice window from our code. But if we don't include it here, it won't do it. Now the thing I don't like is there's no put the code at a level good for you. Okay, super tiny. There we go. Good level for me. Nah, I'm messing with you. I want it to be visible also, because you guys are viewing it on the 1920 by 1080, I think, at the maximum. I can view it on my screen at whatever resolution my screen is, which I don't recall off the top of my head. So, to me, super tiny might be good for me, but it might be unreadable to you. So we're gonna work together, okay? So this is the part we are gonna have to play around with, is we have to figure out how we're gonna do this guy with as little editing as possible. Oopsie. There we go. So it'd be really nice if we could somehow move this switch out, but because it returns true, we can't. We have to either call this switch up here, which that would break it because now we're going to the next line before getting data, or we're going to have to call the switch here. So most likely we're going to have to rewrite this entire function. So let's grab this function real quick and go to our core, and we're going to need to start logging this because I'm going to be changing a bunch of functions. So there's that guy. We modified this function but didn't overwrite it, but we're going to still list it as something we played with, so that if anyone has an issue, they can be like, oh, I have another event that deals with the game event prototype setup page. Maybe these two aren't compatible that way. So we need to, all of this is fine. We literally just need to add cases. And we can kind of do some tricks here, I think. So I'm pretty sure I can just grab these cases, and if I just do oopsie, brackets, boom, boom, oopsie, boom, boom. So now we just are adding the value to it. And now if we change the value again, we don't have to go back here and change any of that. Because hard coding values is generally a bad thing. So let's add commands. I also, instead of naming it SORL, I named it LostCo for Lost in Community, which is what I call the repo. So if you guys don't like that, that's fine. Oh, that's saying slow. I thought somebody was typing to me. I was like, oh no. Don't type to me. Message me on the live stream. Okay. So that should be handling that. We add 1.1. We do a setup choices. These might be needing to be changed. Might need to be changed when custom function is written. Theoretically, we should just be able to call that custom function, because the parameters should be the same, but just on the off chance. And I have custom with an E. That's not good. There we go. Again, shouldn't break anything. That's just future coding. We definitely destroyed this function though. We completely overwritten it, so if somebody has a plugin that uses it, ours has to go before theirs. Okay, so that's that. We got show text. I'm believing that's being developed by someone else right now, so I'm not gonna touch that. That's the link, so if you wanna go visit it, visit the repo, you have to ask permission to actually get access to the code. That's just to prevent somebody from reaching in, grabbing all the code, and trying to make our plugin faster than we can. Okay, so we got a couple of things we want to do. We want to decide what we're going to do next. So if show text is being created right now, we could do show choices. I don't really want to, but we could. We can do show choices. So we'll do show choices. So there's that one. And then we need to code up ours. So go here, page 1, scroll down, and we can basically copy roughly these lines. Right? Yeah. And then we need to see what show choices is. Show choices is a 102. So we just make this 102. And there we go. We get the arguments, and we can JSON parse the arguments in the future. Place to JSON parse. Okay. So now, what do we want to do with choices? I think the first thing we should do is find a possible better way to do this plugin. Since this plugin is a show choices and just changing the location. So we are gonna have to go into here. This is what the default function calls, so let's copy that in. That's the core. We don't want the core, we want it here. There we go. So we need to check if message is busy, that's fine. Then there's a thing called setup choices, which takes a parameter. Let's find that setup choices. Hey, look, it's literally the next function. Okay. So, setup choices does something with a clone, does a couple of things with length, and eventually gets us some values back. So let's copy this. And let's just replace that with this, okay? So our args are still args, so it's not params. But if we go into, where is it, this guy, and do a console.params on here, we'll see what the params should be. So now we're adjusting that code. He got this. Let's make this a little bit more interesting. Let's do transparent. Let's do middle. Let's do choice 3 and choice 5. Just to... did it actually clear it out? Yeah, it did. Aw, that sucks. Okay, we'll just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Choice 3. Choice 6. Actually, we'll do choice 4 and 6. So it doesn't conflict with those two. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. Oh, that's going to be very interesting. How do we allow this? How do we do that in the plugin? How do we do that in the plugin? I know the simple answer is we just go, hey, you add it to your common events or whatever, and we just read it from there. I wonder if we can get this when. We could create whens. You understand what I'm trying to think there? Or am I being insane? I think I'm being slightly insane there. But I want to know what your guys' idea is. This is us creating our own when event. We're gonna I just want to see how it provides it. We might have to lean on some things here. It's gonna be interesting. Okay. It provides us the choices, the objects, and then the background and all that. So it doesn't provide us the other stuff. It's acting weird. That's weird. Because shouldn't it have a... Oh no, it's transparent. Oh, that's ugly. I've never done transparent. That is so ugly. Like, it makes sense, but yeah, gross. Okay, so we have a problem. And it's a problem I don't have an easy solution to. And I'm regularly pretty good at coming up with solutions. Okay. What does it... Yeah. When? When? When star, when canceled, That's 2 when cancels? I wonder how that works. Okay, how many people are watching right now? Because I need some help. And I don't know how to actually open it. There we go. Two people watching it. Okay, you two are going to help me out here. So. Where's phone? Get out of the way. Thank you. Okay. So, if we were to code this up, we would do something. I'm just going to use comments. We'll have a plugin command show choices, and it'll have all its options. So, oopsie. Options. Okay. Then we have start when. And I don't think it's going to take many options, but let's pretend like it does. Then we would have that. So we could do it that way. What do you guys think about that? I don't like that, but we can do it because we can kind of play some tricks on that. We can kind of do some tricks there to say go down this path, and once it goes down this path we set a flag, we go down that path. If the flag's set, we go to the very end. If the flag isn't set, then we skip the when, so we'll skip this one, go to the next one, and do that, check to see if that condition's true, do it again. It can get really confusing, I think. That's the only thing I don't like about this, is it could get really confusing. Or we ignore all of this, lean completely on the game interpreter, and we just go set up power choice, and then you call the choice object, and we just run it with all power choices instead. Anyone have any ideas? Anyone have any desires? Or we bookmark this up for a later development. Or I talk to myself for 5 hours and I'll slowly cry into despair. Okay, I'm gonna bookmark this. I feel bad, I just sat down because I was in the kitchen with Ryan and he asked for help. So what was it you need a suggestion for? Okay. Don't feel bad. I'm just joking around, really. So, when you do show choices in the actual engine, you're able to put event code in your show choices. So you could have show choices, this is text 1, this is 2, so on and so forth, okay? But when you do a plugin command, we can't really put event code in the plugin command. Or at least I don't know how. I guess that's the first question is, can we? Can we do it? I'm going to go to the last live stream and get those links that I provided. That is the current live stream. I need to go to the last one. Boop, boop, boom. Yes, I know which one's live. I want the previous one. Do. That's strange. It seems to only store the first hour or so. That sucks. I'll go look it up then. Give me a quick second to grab this Japanese site again. Okay. Is there a way to pass events? I don't think so. I would imagine it would break everything if we could do that. But let's see. Annotations. Pack 3 would help with the script box, so I know we're on page 1. Yeah, we could actually jump to page 3 if we wanted. We really could jump around, but I'm looking, can we pass events commands? No. We can do, so, okay. One idea is we skip all of this. When you do a show choice, you'll give me the name, and then let's say you'll do like a semicolon and the common event you want to be called. we could do that. I don't know what the maximum number of common events you could call back to back to back. Yeah, it might not be easily doable. We're gonna package this up. We'll do something else. It's something I'm pretty sure I could code up. It's just gonna be one of those things of like playing around, either leaning on the game interpreter or playing on my own. This should not say so. That's why there's two. One was me writing up last time. That could have been bad. Okay, so we're not gonna do choices. Not yet. Maybe in the future. So what's the next plugin command we could do then? Input number. This is doable. We could do this. And there's a couple ways we could do this. This would be fun. Let's do it. So input number is the next one. I'm going to be a mind bender for sure. Oh yeah. There's a couple easy ways of doing it. It's just going to break the norm way we're doing it. And for the time being, I'm not too concerned about it for right now. Maybe in the future we can be concerned. How does web deployment work? Okay, let's see. So, is there a maximum to digits? Yes, there is. We can break that. There's variables as well. We can figure out ways to break that. Cool. So, let's start breaking things. Why don't we? Actually, I think I just want to minimize this for now. Yeah, so let's just skip show choices. I'll put up in the little to-do list. Figure out what to do with show choices since they contain event commands as well. Okay. Okay, so we need to go to objects, show choices when input number. Look at that. Look how simple input number is. Let's grab this. This needs to be 103. Boom. Okay, so we need to check if it's busy and all that. Boom. And there's no point in passing the params. We can just do that for now. Okay, so there's that stuff. We need to do a console log on we're going to take that bit of code, go down here and write this one. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to see what the game, I'm going to just shove this over off the screen for now. we're going to see what the game sends as its parameters. How's everyone's night? Or day, or morning, or whatever time it is. Oopsie, I'm running a game already. Okay. Well, that's very, very simple. We might want to change a couple of things in here just to verify what we're actually doing. Let's make this 8. Is it easy to implement using a keyboard for input number? Yes, it's default. So the game engine, when you're using it, detects what input device you're using. So if I'm using a keyboard, it will actually bring up the keyboard window for it, and you can just do it with the keyboard. Or you can use the touch features as well. Evening here, going as good as it can be. That's good. Okay, so let's define params here. We don't need this anymore because we know what that is. We save that, we go to page 1, and now we can be like params equals variable ID, comma, num of digits. Yeah, MV would actually not show you these buttons unless you're in touch, but oh, you need to spend quality time. Woo. You need to spend quality time with MV or MZ. Okay, so that's what we got. Now the question is, what do we want to do with input number? What are some cool features we could do? One, let's test this because we can test this pretty quickly. How challenging can I do this? If I was to say params equals 1, 100, can it actually just render that for me? Is it just going to be a sweetheart and be like, yeah, I'll figure that out for you? Oh my gosh. I'm going to screenshot this and put it in the Driftboard Gaming. Just be like, look at the fun we're having. Oh my gosh. The fun we are having on the live stream. Look at all those digits. So, let's do a quick count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we theoretically can put 17 on the screen at one time, I'm pretty sure. We'll do 18 as a test, but I'm pretty sure it's going to require 17. Yeah, so we can put 17. 18's too big. And 17's just right. However, if you have a bigger screen, you could put more on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's interesting. It won't let me change this any. I wonder if that's just a limitation in the engine. You know, he lets me change up to 16. Or if that's like the maximum number you could have in JavaScript. I'm pretty sure that's not. 1, 2, 3. Yep, okay, so it looks like 16 is the maximum without us doing anything strange. But that's a pretty big number you can put in there. Like, when you hit, what is it, not F8, is it F6? F9? I think it's F9. Yeah. Like, that's a pretty big number. So, that's one thing we can do. We can adjust the digits to whatever we want. Is there any other cool ideas you guys can think of? Anyone? No? Okay. I don't want to do it because it's going to make me angry, but I'm going to add it. We might not do it just yet, but floats, question mark? Okay, for a few, okay. We could do floats, question mark. Variables are going to be variables. So in reality, I think we could just do it with a recommended max of being 16. But if you have a bigger screen, I'm assuming you can have bigger numbers. Okay, so we'll just keep going with that then. Those are those two ideas. We need to find out what this set number input object looks like. Actually, no, we don't. Not if we're not doing anything with floats. If we're doing something with floats, we should look into it. There we go. Okay, that just sets the variable ID and max digits. But where does these get used? Has to be greater than 0. Its default is 0. There's a prototype to grab it out of. Same there. 0. Prototype to grab it out of. Okay. So we need to figure out where this is getting called. Because somebody's calling this to make the window. So I'm believing we're going to have to open up a window. And the code I hate touching. Yep, there we go. Okay. So it takes the maximum digits. it sets the value. This number is clamped between some values. Update placement. What is update placement? That seems to be setting the Y's. Place buttons. So that seems to be setting the buttons. Refresh, open, set, select. Okay. So this seems to be the big guy we want to grab and eventually play around with. So we're going to grab this bit of code and just shove it right here for now. Oh, it's all fine. Yeah, take your time. I'm just going to be playing around with stuff. So, this is kind of what we are looking for. I wonder why it's called start. What caused this? Okay, it looks like this is a special object. Okay. Cool. So, I'm guessing in theory we should be able to go... I'm listening with headphones and always seem to be away from the PC when you ask a question. I'm really good at figuring out people's schedules. Okay, so I'm predicting we can call a new window number in this thing. And then I could do I'm predicting I can do those two functionalities. We need to actually go up here and define this now. Actually, if we're going to define this, we should, first things first, always test to make sure we can actually do what we're thinking we're going to do before doing it. Okay. So, go up here now. Let's define 103. This would be input number, opens the number input window, and sets variable, sets value to variable, Okay, the first thing is going to be the variable ID. And this is going to be type. I want to say variable, but we should check on here real quick. Variable. There it is. Variable. I was like, I'm almost certain variable is a type. Description. The variable, the value is stored in. Copy this. Paste. This would be length. Number of digits. And this would be a number. digits to compose the value. Okay, that works there. So that should all be set up then. And then how does this work? This is just gonna read it, check to see if it's in there. If it is, it's gonna add the offset. So that's done. We don't have to do anything else here. So in theory, we save this, go in here, select all, refresh everything, hit OK. And if we go to plugin commands, on page 1, show index, there we go, variable 2, fine, and you know what, let's go 10. Sounds like a good number. I noticed one mistake we did. We don't update the numbers yet. We need to go, okay. So none of it's JSON. We should just do print args. Or not print, console.log args. So that we know exactly what it looks like before we play around with it too far. I'm assuming both of those are going to come in as numbers, which is fine. Yep, okay, cool. They both came in as strings, but as numbers, which is fine. So we don't need to do the JSON parsing. We don't need to do that. We just need to set our params. So params equals args dot, or number args dot bar ID, and oopsie, number args dot length. Length is a key word. I don't know if we can do that. We'll find out. We'll find out what that is. We can actually skip that. Store this in. What is temp1 dot length? It is what we think it is. That's insane, but it makes sense. We literally redefined the length of the string in that case. So that's fine. So that R should work. We set it as parameters, and it should just pass through. Look at that. And that's my social security number. 9. There we go. Beautiful. This is not my actual, like, this is just random digits, nothing, anything specific. But yep, it worked perfectly. So that will work. Cool. So we can go up here real quick and add a couple of things. We want a min-max for the number. Min-max. So at min 1. At max, well, we don't have a max. It has to at least be a 1. There is a default, right? Yeah, at default. Oopsie. At default, it's just going to be 1. Okay. So, now the fun part. What can we play around with this? So, if we make that, but instead of calling this, we're just going to make our own function here. And instead of doing this, we're going to just be like, hey, take the number of args.var ID. We're going to comment out this guy. And instead of this, we're going to be like, hey, take the number of args.length. I don't know what this is doing. We can figure that out later. This needs to get replaced though. We don't have this. Update. Okay, cool. All those are question marks, but not the #1 concern right now. So this should theoretically bring up the window. So nothing should have broken. I want to test to make sure. So this can have a maximum of anything. But can we, nope, we can't go down to that, and we can go up to infinity. Like, we could just go 99999. Oh, there is a limit. There is a limit, it just doesn't tell you what it is. 999, 9, 5 nines, 6 nines, 7 nines, 8 nines, 10 nines. Okay, we're good. We're going to put a really big number in. Y is undefined. That's beautiful. Y is undefined in the Windows placement. 123 digits are overkill. Yes, but it's more on figuring out what we can and can't do, less on if the user will do it. So we need to figure out how do we define Y. Well, that seems easy enough. Let's say 250, just for now. Okay, what do we get now? We have Y defined now. I thought we had Y defined. $126. Y is undefined. Is it because message window is undefined? Okay, what caused that? Okay, somebody caused that. Who and why? This dot game message sends a set num. And this dot game message has a set num. Is there anything special with this dot game message? Okay, who? Now we get to have the fun of playing around with this stuff. See, I felt like I had this, but I need to set a game message. Something caused this. I feel like it would be the game message would call it, but none of that seems to be the case. Wouldn't it be the core? No, the core doesn't call it. Is it part of a window? Something calls a set message window, and we need to figure out what that thing is and how to manipulate it to our desires. Or, when all else fails, console.log it. That would tell me what it is. Okay, there's a Windows message object. A Windows message object. Okay. I had the same problem with the set TP thing. I wanted to make it gave me so much trouble. In the end, I got to set stuff the way I wanted, and I could check that it did in the console. Yep. Oh yeah, I'm happy that somebody made this, the engine and everything, but man, can you get frustrated working with it. It still never let me set the actor's TP to what I wanted. What? That's messed up. Oh, that's messed up. Well, you know what? Give me a second. Let me go to the engine. You know what? We should add that. We should add that for each one of these. There should be a change max HP, change max MP, change max TP. I guess change max XP, max level. We should add that into the requirements so that it can be done for anyone, anywhere. I have so much on my plate right now. Well, that's what you do when you make dinner. Okay. So, how does all this work together? Ooh. Okay, so this has hashtag game message. So, I'm predicting we can do, or not hashtag, whatever. I'm predicting we can do something nifty here. Where's that function that's killing us? There we go. No, that's actually not it. There we go. We want this. We want to call this function on the game message object. When num input equals this, oopsie, not equals, sets. Oh yeah, you're welcome to game dev. There's always something next to do. I mean, I haven't touched my game in over a month now. I've just been coding up like various plugins and stuff. It's not yelling at us anymore. We're passing the message window incorrectly. Or I think so. No, we're not. We're not. We're definitely not. We need the Windows message, not the game message. Game message has this. I haven't even gotten into plugins. I've gotten from PS. I'm still needing to get into Fixedo for animation cutscene. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's so much. Hmm. Well, I'm sorry to be adding things to your list of things to learn. Wait, is this a... Is the game message window equivalent? If I do game message dot update placement, nope. I don't know. It all depends on where your game's focus is all. Okay, how about we undo this bit for now. And what if I do game message dot background 2. Background equals 2. So theoretically that should make it transparent. Background. Which none of these should make it transparent, so this would be the only way to verify. If you have a specific version, definitely do art before code. Oh, now it's deciding to read the length. Okay. We're going to resolve that. We're going to call it num digits. Because now it's like, I found it's a length. I want the length now. Well, we locked it up. Yep, we messed something up. Now it's getting locked up. That's all clean. Both of those should be clean now. But something's locking it up. We messed something up, guys. That's what's locking it up. How many digits do I show if it's not a number? For the time being. Cool, that works. Okay. Now can we set it to transparent background? No, it doesn't do that. Doesn't like that, so. So this calls it from the game menu. This does that. Then we just need to find out where this gets called. It gets checked to see if it's greater than 0, that's fine. And then it has a get value, okay. So where does this get called? Nowhere. How about in here? Right there, okay. So that's not the window. So who defines you? Because this is where we're going to really get our fun, is when we start redefining this window. Does the object define this? No. How about the manager? No. Cool. Scene? Does the scene define it? Yes, the scene defines it. Okay. So who calls you? Okay, so we do scene message this dot window. Set input window this dot window. Okay. So this would be scene message dot okay, what function did we want? Set message window. Set message window. So we want scene message dot num input we want scene message dot message input. Okay, we have a lot of code to yank around. Okay. Let's grab this code, yank it here. Okay. We only care about the number inputs, so that all can die. And this all can die. And this all can die. These are the only functions of that guy we care about. Then that gets called here. And we need this to equal we need to call this on this. Okay. So basically, whatever the message window of here is, we need to call that there. Okay, so let's try this one more time. We're gonna do scene message dot num, basically this guy, except this is gonna actually be this one from scene message. So that should set that all up. So now if we do that, and we grab all of this, paste it here, and instead of this for all those, we do boom, 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 all that. Okay. So now theoretically we got the scene message window, and then for right now, just for testing purposes, we can just go 99 here, and let's just go 2. Okay. There we go. That all looks good. Doesn't matter, we're going to be rewriting it anyways when we do the rendering. Okay. Set scene message is not defined. What do you mean set scene message is not defined? Okay, let's check some things out then. What is a scene message? Dot num. Okay, scene message is an initializer. Can we do, nope. This is why I dislike GUI. I dislike the GUI so much. I feel like this should work, because this thing sets up one in here, Okay, so scene map has so it looks like scene map has it. So I wonder if we can grab it from the scene map. Nope. Is it part of the game map? Scene. Looking for a word like scene. Update. Takes in an active scene. That's not really what we needed. Yep. Give me a second, guys. Okay, and we're back. I think I'm just gonna give up on this aspect. Wait until somebody with a little bit more GUI play can be done. Right now, I have it where you can put in an infinite number of digits. It'd be really nice to get it where you can hide the up and down arrows. It'd be nice to do a bunch of other things. But for right now, we have it where you can have as many digits as you want. So we'll just pack that up and put it up here for now. Number input custom GUI aspects. Because right now, if we don't worry about anything else, and everything else is fine, you can right now put any number in here. So you can have 5, or you can have 99999. Okay, let's show you the 9999. Oh, 9999 breaks. That's beautiful. I never win, do I? I don't think I ever win. Just glancing at the Discord real quick. So I upload. Give me a quick second. I just need to copy something. There we go. Okay, why did it break at 9999? The joy of live streaming dev. Yes. Okay, let's see what the maximum is. Let's go 99. Because we did 100, so 100 should theoretically still work. How many digits is too many digits, guys? So 99 is fine. 999. Like, these are getting to ridiculous numbers, I understand. I hear you, though. I want to do so many things and then try and see a lot of failed attempts. Oh, yes. It's really whenever I touch the GUI is I start having those failed attempts. Whoa. What's going on, guys? Whoa. What is going on? Okay, so 999 don't work. So let's split it. Let's say 500. I don't even know how this is rendering. I wonder, did it actually save a value? Nope. It didn't save a value. $500's bad. $250. I mean, when you really think about it, 250 digits is a lot of digits in a single number. 250 works. What's between 250 and 500? 500 minus 250 divided by 2 plus 250, 375. Oopsie. Okay, let's grab this over here, show you guys. So this is 375. 375 is too many. So, what is, where would that be? 125 divided by 2? Okay, 370, let's try 300. We're just trying to find the maximum here. Just so I can code it up so that people cannot be crying when they're like, I can't, it went blank, it broke my game, I can't see anything. I put 9,999 digits. Okay, so 300's fine. 325. Let's see, 325. 325's fine. 350. $350 breaks it. So that would be, let's see, 325 plus 12 would be like 334. Let's just make it 333. Just to make someone angry. Three works. Ah, dang it. I think my little pen is dying on me. So. Let's see, can I use it on, let's see. Yep, okay, cool. I can use it on wired charging. Okay, let's try 340. We know 350 breaks it. .340 doesn't break it. 345. Isn't like a Google like 100 zeros? 345 breaks it. Okay. 342. Okay, 343. I want to say a Google is 100 zeros. Okay. So either it's going to be 341 or it's going to be 340. It's 341, guys. That's the magic maximum value you could put in your digits, in case anyone ever asks you. So at max 341. I'm going to put that in a comment. Max 341. After that, the rendering has issues. Max digits 341. There you go. We're done with that one for now. Eventually I'll go back and make a GUI. I'll learn how to make GUIs and stuff and be like, boom, done. But right now I'm not there yet. So there's that. I'm going to do two things. We're going to first, and then you need to find a way to move the camera for the player to input. Or you just get a really, really wide screen. But in reality, what I was thinking is it'd be cool if it like word wrapped and it could fill up the entire screen. Either way, it's more on what are there. Oh yeah, I need to push it to the other code. So this is test code that we actually verified worked. So we're going to grab that, put it here. I don't think I've changed the core value, but just in case, grab that, put that there. Save that. Save that. And then we can check to see. That would still be crazy. It would be crazy, but that's kind of like half the point of this. Oh yeah, I added this so that it would work here. We can test that out real quick. We should test that out real quick. Added a couple of to-dos, added the code for command 103, and added the actual code to run command 103. Okay, so let's test out this core library real quick. Because to test out the core library, all we need to do is do a show text. Hello. Yep. Boom, boom. Now if we go to play, we go new game. Hello, and that shit works perfectly. Uh-oh. That's not good. The core is not loading up correctly. Because it should... Oh no, it is. It is loading up. It's just not calling the right function. Yep. Because what we want it to do... Gonna switch mouses. This is getting a little hot while charging and everything, and I don't want it to blow up in my hand because that would be really bad. So I'm gonna switch to my other mouse real quick. Oopsie. There we go. Okay, so what we want it to do is actually call the game interpreter prototype this function. So where's the call? Yep, okay. So it does that. We don't want it to do that. We want it to call that, fine. We want it to call it. And I think we give parameters to it, don't we? Yeah. This would be this dot current command here. But we need to move it up one or else we don't get the current command. So okay. Then we delete this, and in theory, that should work. Nope. Still doesn't work. So, we need to test a couple more things then. First things first, is a game called? Command 3103 is called. If not, we can already debug it to the core. But if it is, then we know that it needs to be the other. Okay, it's not getting called, I think. No, it did get called. That's interesting, okay. Console.log hogs. So that means the core is working. Args is an object here. and it takes in that and that. Cool. Game message is busy. I wonder if that's true. Actually, we can do this. Console.log is busy. Yep, that's the issue, is it's detecting that it is busy. So, what we need to do then is we need to call this function. I don't like that. When is game message set? Okay, when the message is set to, that is counted as is busy. So it wasn't busy at the beginning. It shows some text. It adds that text. It adds that text, and then goes into here. All this should not be busy. When we do the call, we do the same, right? No, because we're not calling our special one. What does our special one do? Our special one does some special things, but that shouldn't be too bad, because we're not calling it. Is this busy? Is this busy? Actually, it should be game message, not this. Whoopsie. There we go. Whoopsie. What is busy? Who is busy? How is it busy? Okay. I don't think it's calling our special function. It has to be calling our special function. Because if not, it wouldn't know how to get to it. Oh. I don't have it there, I have it here. Okay. New. This dot has text. This dot is choice. This dot is. Okay, so I think it might be busy already. Which, if that's the case, then that's problematic. Not end of the world problematic, just a little problematic here and there. Yep, it is busy. Okay, so there's a couple ways we could do this. We could pretend like it's not. We could set a variable on top of it. Because right now it's saying it is busy when it gets called after the message. And it's because if we go to how they're calling it, if you see, they're not calling it directly. They're using this setup command, which if you go into it and check, there's this additional command that does the operation, which we could do the exact same thing. We could literally do the exact same thing and it'd be fine. But I think we might be able to find a better way of doing it, which requires one more memory but less functionality, which is a trade-off in coding that you regularly encounter. You can make it more efficient processing or more efficient memory-wise. I think we're going to go with processing, because this requires one more call out and this would just require an OR case. So we go to the page and we have to go or whatever we set as the not busy flag. So let's call this mortar show. Mortai show equals true. It has to be this dot mortai show, doesn't it? Yeah. So this would be this dot mortai show equals true. And then once we're done with that, we can be like, okay, we know we're not showing anything more. So false that. And if we go up here, we can just set that to false for now. So now if we do and not this dot multi-show. So if the game message is busy and the multi-show is true, then true plus true equals 0, right? I don't know binary off the top of my head anymore. And gate. I actually rarely ever knew it off the top of my head. I just go here. Okay. Yeah, so if one of them is false, both of them will be false. So that should work. Because when this is false, this will be true. Okay. So let's see if that solves our problem. Nope, that didn't solve our problem. Why? Because this should be true. True plus false equals what? What are we doing? Okay, let's try that again and see what's going on. That's fine. Is busy. Why is it is busy? Game message Undefined. How is it even getting to an undefined? Oh, I'm being an idiot. It's not in here. This is all fine. The issue is in the core. I'm almost certain this case is not getting called. No, case is being called. Okay. Maybe it is in the core. Okay. This dot multi show equals true. Equals false. Okay, so if I did console log dot this multi show, that should return true. And if I would go into the page and was like, hey my dude, what is this? That should show true as well. Why is this showing undefined? 126 or 122. What is 122? Console log this dot show. This is strange. Because both of those should be being defined in the same location. Why is everything looking strange for me? That's fine now. Okay. This is passing me this dot show. Or it's defining this dot show. Ooh, what if we did that? What if we directly just passed it in and was like, hey, if this is defined, then you know you're being called from someone else. So that would be going... multi-show equals true. Okay. And then in here we'd go or and args dot multi show. This should be type of equals the string undefined. So now we're setting up an additional parameter under the hood to detect if it's being shown after it. And that didn't work, even though it's undefined. Or did I do the logic wrong? Yeah, this should be not equal. No. Yeah, this should be not equal. Right. If it's busy, yeah, this should be not equals. Woo! Yay! We did it! Woo-woo! It doesn't let us change it though. But is that because of the oh, and it doesn't show up twice. Dang it! You know what? We're just gonna do it like they do it. Screw me trying to be fancy. We don't need this line either. But that does mean the core has to be changed whenever they change it. Because this isn't going to be the same function, because it's not going to be taken in the same thing. Okay, so let's call this losco.setup. And then this is going to have to define that. So there we go. And that can go up here. It'll be that. Or technically, we want to make it good. We do something like this. So if you get redefined, you don't delete it. There we go. Special space in-game interpreter. There we go. So now we can just do that for all these. There we go. And then we just need to define this here. Is that going to make sense? Is that going to work whenever it's not there? Yes, because this only ever gets defined if it's not there. So if that's defined, then we know it works. We're gonna, and it's not really core functionality. I think it's just gonna be game interpreter. I don't think we need prototype. And it's just gonna take in params. And then we can just do this dot losco dot set up num import with a params. Save that. Save this one. Okay. Oh, that should work. Let's see how bad this yells at us. I missed something or other. Where did I miss it? In that page. What line is this? Line 128. Oh, this should equal a function that takes in a params. Okay, maybe it does need to be in a prototype. Actually, before I just guess, let's see if we can do a little bit better than guessing. Set up can't be found. If I did game interpreter dot losco dot setup, I can find it. Core 83. Core 83. This. Yeah. Game interpreter. Losco.setup. Console log this. I'm almost certain that's there. Maybe I do need a prototype. Why is it not console logging? Wait, 83. Oh. I put it in the wrong place. There we go. Are you happy? Why do you not like it? It's a game interpreter. I feel like I need proto. I feel like if I added proto to this, it'd be perfectly fine, no yelling. So. But that also means up here I need to add proto. Can't define it. Come on. It's being very picky. Okay. I feel like I should be able to define it. Where's the error? Game interpreter proto. Lost in code. Setup. Can't read lost in code of undefined. 184, cool. I feel like this is just a timing issue. I feel like if I grab this bit of code and shoved it up before this, let's say right here, it would have no issues. Which, if that's the case, that's going to be problematic for all stuff. Nope, okay. That wasn't the issue. That's good. I'm also predicting the proto, it didn't resolve it. What if we just took this out and was like, so take this bit out and just shove it there. Does that work? Does that work? This dot lost in code is not a function. I disagree. It looks like it's a function right here. And this is this, right? Yeah, this is this. So I disagree. I think it is a function. You just don't like it. Because I'm pretty sure if I did game interpreter lost in code, not blah blah blah. Hey, look, it's a function. It's a function, guys, it's a function. Why is it anytime I deal with the GUI, everything makes me cry? Why? Okay, let's see. If rendering. So we had it where it was passing it through the args. We could try that again. It at least showed up. Let's try that again. We don't need any of that code. Don't need any of that. So what we did was dot multi show equals true. It really doesn't matter what it equals as long as it's there. And then in here we went and type of multi-show for type of args dot multi-show is not equal to term undefined. I think the issue was we weren't resetting it then. How do you make something undefined again? Okay, that's cool. Cool, okay. If args undefined, do something. Oh, we can just set the string to undefined. No, we need the type of to equal undefined. Oh, we can just set it? Okay. So after we're done, we just go, and this is undefined. Theoretically, that should work there. We define it, and if not, we undefine it. Nope, didn't like it. Okay, what did we do wrong? Is it because it's not supposed to be a not? Is it supposed to be equal undefined? I think it's supposed to be equal undefined. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't like it right now. Why didn't you like it? Console.log logs. Oh, because this isn't calling the correct command. Because this needs to call this function. Okay, let's try that. .301 is undefined. Okay. Okay, sure. We'll do game interpreter. Fine. Those should be the same things, but hey. Three is undefined. This is on page 1. What is args? If 3 is undefined, what is args? Oh. I am an idiot 90% of the time. Okay. This should be this. We're gonna figure this out, guys. So one's an array, and the other is of just the 2 values. So we actually need to do brackets 3 and brackets 3. There we go. And it shows up twice. Now does it work both times? Nope. Still having issues having it work. Is that because of the number or is that because of the code? No. If it's the number, then we just need to adjust the number again. It looks like it's just the number. Yep, okay, so we just need to find out what the maximum number that we can change things to. I have to say, using the console is a super powerful for testing. Yes, it helps define where things are. It's one of the reasons why I love interpreted languages versus compiled, which this is kind of more compiled, but interpreted languages regularly allow such functionalities of quick debugging. I'll show you a other cool feature is, let's say you have a bit of code that's like really confusing on where it's going and everything. You can go to sources and you can open up your file. So let's say like core. You can go down here and go like, hey, when this gets called, let me trace through it, okay? Then you can hit F5 to restart, or not. Or you can hit F4 and close everything. It should happen either way. But if you can restart it, that'd be the better case, yeah. So now it's gonna let you play your game, but as soon as it hits that line of code, it's gonna stop everything. And you will be able to go in and literally look at what value. So when I do this dot index, that's 4. When I do command, this is gonna be a function. The offset's 3000. And then you can be like, okay, go to the next line. I think it's, yeah, step. So What's the current command? Still a function. Parameters are unknown. Multi, all that. Next step. We went down, so we want to go back up. There we go. So now it's been defined. So we can actually look at this stuff. It's nice. I don't use it as often. I'd much rather do a console.log. But you can get the same information you get out of console.log as you would get out of the debugger. The debugger, just the downside is it can be messy when trying to, like, I want to go to the next line. Sometimes it will go down, sometimes you have to go up. You could do skip over. I think skip over is actually what you want, is it goes to the next line. And then you can hit resume and it will continue. But we got it working, we got the code working. Half of me wants to go through and find out what's the maximum value that you can adjust. I think I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Do you think we should go in and limit the maximum value? I'll let you guys decide that. What are your guys' thoughts? Should we have a maximum limit? Or should we just let them put in whatever they want, and if it breaks it, it breaks it? Actually, I think we do know it, because I think it's 16. Because I think it was as soon as it started cutting off, it was removing things we could adjust. For the number of digits, I would keep it to the screen's width. Yeah, but we don't know the screen's width per se. And when you're in this mode, we can't write code to go like, hey, detect what the current screen width is and set the max digit to that. Basically, I want to know if we should have it where if I do 999, it auto adjusts to the maximum we think, or if we should just remove the maximum or just stick with the maximum to the graphical issue. So like if you have a wide enough screen where the graphics issue wouldn't occur, you theoretically should be able to put in all the digits. What's a big number? I think 100's a big number. We're just going to remove it for now. We'll let somebody else decide that. We'll just remove it for now. We'll let somebody else decide that, go through the testing of it all. Because you know what? Testing is not my game right now. Let me just remove a maximum. 16's more than enough. You never know. Maybe our game we need a billion. Trillion. We're gonna still say this. We're gonna leave that note so that for right now people know that there is a maximum in turn. Okay, so we're gonna do our copy and our pasting again. Copy the core, paste the core, save page 1, save the core. Okay, cool, cool, awesome, save that. Let's check the fire diffs. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's one reason why I'm like, eventually somebody should go through and test it to find out what the maximum is, but for right now I'm too lazy. Okay, we added that because that does, this new fire does change that. It also changes this bit of code, so we should add that comment in as well. Cool. Because we also change this line of code. I feel like I already did this. I might have overwritten something or something. There we go. So here's our. Okay, apparently I didn't want to refresh. Oh, because I didn't do this. I changed it in the other file, but not this file. There we go. Now it refreshed. So we added 2 more instances that we were hitting. We added the 101 bit of code. And we added 103. We added the command 103. Okay. So let's do that. So summary, added command 103, or what's also referred to as input number. And handled the what's the thing? Handled multi-show. There we go. And we don't want to actually put it on the live stream. We want to create a new branch. We'll just call this Sorlagnas. Sorlagnas live stream branch. Okay. Bring my changes over there. Okay. The only reason I did this is so that when I can merge into the live stream branch, and that will not cause disruptions. I can handle the merges then instead of trying to figure out what has changed. So we're going to commit to this branch. Boom. So if we check our history, we have that change. We're going to publish this branch. And then I think I'm going to drag this over for you so you guys can see all of this nonsense. So currently this is what we have. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to go into branches. I'm going to go this guy. We're going to make a merge request. We're going to leave it like that because there's not many special things here. We're going to assign it to me since I can just quickly approve it, and I proved it on the live stream that it works. Don't need to do anything else there. It would be nice if we no, we don't want to delete the source branch because I'm going to still work on that. But it would be nice to squash the commits. Squashing commits are going to be pointless, so we're just going to remove the squashing because it's going to be one commit. Which branch are we merging into? That's the question. Oh, there you go. Change branches. We don't want to merge into master. We want to merge into the live stream. There we go. Assign it to me. Make the merge request. Everything looks good to my book. Little thumbs up because I'm amazing. And we're going to make the merge. Cool. So now, if we go to branches, oopsie, not branches, graph. You can see there's this live stream branch we made, and I did some things on the live stream, and now it's in the live stream branch. And I can do that again and again and again, and we'll keep it up to date. So I'm going to pour that back over here. So, okay. That's good there, and that's good there. So, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Whoopsie, I closed it out. I went, great, we don't need to worry about that anymore. There we go. Okay, so the next thing on our to-do list, since we kind of optimized that. Thank you. We could do select item next. We could look into how select item works. So, select item. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the game message holds for us. Is that manager or is that in here? That's in here. Okay. So game message, it takes in a select choice. There's probably a lot we could do with it. One of the most questions I've seen is the select item being able to be put anywhere on the screen. Yeah, we could look into that. I wonder if does game message have an XY? No, it doesn't. How did I move the choices around? Oh, I changed the actual Y position. I don't want to do that. That's going to look ugly code-wise. But this looks like it's going to have the same problem we had with the other one. is how do we get the event window object? How do we get this guy? Because this has a set window or set message window, but the issue is I don't know where this is specifically being constructed. So I don't know how this is getting called. Yeah, it's going to be a very similar headache right now. Is it getting caught in the scene? See, there it is. So, I wonder if there's a way to change scene message location. So it has the base, so if it's not there, we can look there. But so it looks like if we could somehow do this, we should theoretically be able to change it. So like if I went, bring it down 200 pixels, save that, hit play, or is it already at 200 pixels? Here we go. Let's cut it in half widthwise. I think it's this way. There we go. That's promising. So there's a way for us to construct the rectangle on our end and then pass that constructed rectangle into the screen message prototype. Then we could do it. Because if I go I think if I do divided by 4, that should put it dead in center. Look at that. Of course, I have nothing in here, but so can we intercept this? Yeah, the question is can we intercept it though? Wait, we don't need to intercept it. We just need, let's try this. If I grab this, we can undo all of this though. What caused this? The cradle. Okay. We don't need that. But how did we get here? We got here through Windows, right? Yeah. Because this guy has the set, or is it create? Is it create that we were looking for? No. I think it's this guy has. Yeah, this guy has the windows, so we have to find some way to yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking of JSON, but I was thinking, give me a second. I can quickly prototype that up. Here, we scroll up here. Let's say this would be command 104, right? 4, oopsie. 4, and for time being, what is this called? Select item. Yeah, I was thinking of plugin list, where if you provide the list, we take that list, do a compare to the items you have, and from that you get the sub list of everything you have that the other list contained. So this would be list of items, list of items, and then see, that's the one thing is I think I should avoid touching the windows and get a bunch of functionality in, and then maybe get somebody to help us with the windows. Somebody who's a little bit more talented with adjusting the GUI aspects. Because I think you can do, yeah, you can do that, and then I think if my other mouse is ready, I'm just going to use my other mouse again. I love my other mouse so much better than my old one. Okay. Then, yeah, so if we do item as the type, and then add brackets next to it, right? Is there a space or is there no space? That is the ultimate question. Is there space? I don't think there's space. Nope, there's space. And then just call this list all items. All items. Because why not? List all items. So theoretically, since I saved it, I should be able to do a refresh. And whoop. Do we have items? Yeah, we have items. Awesome. So if I go in here and go new, amazing plugin tool, select items, list of items, and then, ooh, I don't like that. This shouldn't be a text. Okay, where's my other website that I use for help? Because I know it shows how to do lists a lot better. RPG Maker, MV plugin parameters. The very first page, boom. And then we go Control F, list, done. Yeah, I don't think there's a space. Save. There we go. So then we can be like, I want disposal orbs. Not enchanted items, but sure. I don't like how it's not showing the item though. That's the only thing I don't like about that. Because now you have to go like, okay, what is item 25? I guess you could click on it. That's not the end of the world, guys. Like, what do you guys think? You guys are okay with that? I mean, we have the limitation of the game engine. So it is what it's going to be. But, I mean, this allows you, if you have like, kind of like how this is sectioned off, like you could have the encounter decreaser and the encounter and the drop increaser, and just from those two items alone, you can determine if the player has them or not. Very cool. Not the end of the world right now. Not right now. That means you're going to complain about it in the future. Okay, we'll go with that. It means I still might have to play around with some things, so, but we'll work on that right now. Because I'm pretty sure if we went to select okay, where's the game interpreter? Come on, thank you. No complaints here. Aw, you can complain. Okay, where is it? Show choices, show cancer, select items. So it gets a param, and the params do item select, set item choice, and that sets a item choice type ID, which is not what we're going to be doing. So we might have to code that up. And I don't know where that's going to go. I guess that's going to go in the windows. Oopsie. It's not going to be called that though. It's going to be called this. In the windows. Yeah. Which this goes in and gets a, decides if it should include an item based on its type ID and if it's in the database. So number, so we just need to rewrite this function, I think. So event item prototype needs number. It takes the ID, we don't want that. It goes in, it gets 2 here, it returns that. Where's that? I don't think that's what we want. I think this includes is what we're looking for. Because one of these populates the other. But apparently nothing calls this includes. And does anything called needs number? Nope, nothing calls needs number. Unless event item is sub of Windows item. Yep, okay. So we need includes, but found on the other thing. That's skills, items, okay. So it filters this, it filters all your items, and if the item is included in item, which if we go down to here, that would be, is it equip? I don't think it's equip, it's event. There we go. It gives us an item, and we return true if the item is in the database and the item type ID matches. What we would need to do is add a conditional where we get the item ID as well. And if the data item matches the item type ID, I like the idea. I'm not going to do it right now. I think I might be hitting the point of coding exhaustion. But we're gonna play around still. So we're gonna write that idea down though, because that is a good idea and we should log it. So right now I'm gonna erase that, but we are going to write down select item window being filtered by a plugin command argument arg that has a list of items. I like the idea. I just, looking at the code, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a mess to get it all working nicely, and I'm not in that mood right now. And YouTube music sucks apparently. Scroll text. How nasty is scroll text? I might just pick and choose right now. Yep, I had it. That's scroll map. This is scroll text. There we go. So we check to see if it's busy. If not, we grab the text code. This one seems not too bad. We'll do this one. Unless you guys want to watch me bang my head against the wall. If you do, that's fine too, but it might end the stream earlier than later. Nothing wrong with picking and choosing, tackling the easy ones, and jotting down ideas for the others that require more brain cells and time. Okay, cool. We'll try scroll text then, I think. Because it doesn't look like it changes too much. So let's try this. We have hello world. The big delays make talking hard. I don't know what you mean by the big delays, but okay. So we'll do that. And we'll do console dog. I'm really curious if we can get the no fast forward option. No, we, oh yeah. Ah. The stream delay, I hit enter and you see it 30 seconds later. Let's see if I can fix that for you. Can I change the delay? No. I'd have to end the stream and then change the delay. You always can message me on where is it? The Power event command chat if you want. Yeah, I most likely could go to low latency. I'll try that tomorrow. Okay, so it doesn't give us the text, but that's fine because we'll get the text in another location. So what we need to do is we need to set the scroll and all that. So that's fine. We should be able to easily tackle this one out. So don't worry, and yes, there is Discord chat though. Okay. Like I could try to end the stream and start it back up, and hopefully if I do it quick enough it won't like cut anyone and you just restart, but I'm not sure if that's gonna work that way. And my music is just so not working the way I want. YouTube music is just sucking at it. Ooh, there's a deal. Deal. Okay, let me move this over here then. We're gonna chat through here. I'll move that over there. Discord here so that I can notice it. No, don't worry about it tonight. Worry about it tonight. Okay, cool. Okay, so first things first, grab it. So don't worry about it tonight. But I'm worrying about it. Okay. So we get our params. We need to check to see if it's busy. Is scrolling text part of the call, the other command? No, only select item is. Okay. We could make it part. Is there ever a case where you want to show the message and scrolling text on top of it? We could do that. Do we want to? That is the question that everyone is curious about. Okay, so I'm just gonna make this args. Answer log args. But then you see, the downside to tackling stuff that looks interesting and not head bashing is eventually I'm just gonna have head bashing stuff, and I'm just gonna cry for like a month as I'm like, everything breaks. Okay. We don't care about this. We do care about this though. But the wait command we don't care about because we won't use it. That's that. That's that. Cool. Scroll text in the message. Scrolling text in the message. Ooh. I don't know if I could do that. I'll log that as an idea. I don't know the difficulties that might bring. But I think I know what you're wanting. You're wanting the scrolling text to like appear within the message window. Okay. So we go back up here, grab these. This will be 105. I thought that was what you were suggesting or talking about, not a suggestion. Wow, it's a suggestion now. And what I was talking about is like you would see this and there would be a message window still up on here. So you'd have scrolling text over top of the other message window. What is this function called? Show scrolling text. It is now? Yes, it is. This is how this works. Is as soon as you suggest something, it becomes law. If I had ultimate power, it would instantly become code and it would be on your computer instantaneously. But I don't have that power yet. And we can actually use some of this. We're going to do some cheaty cheat stuff. Rectangle. Oopsie, I need a delay. There we go. Displays text that scrolls from the bottom of the screen to the top. And that gives me another idea. I should label things. Ideas. Ideas. There we go. There we go. Scroll from top to bottom. question mark. How about instead of it going from the bottom to the top, what if it went from the top to the bottom? Because, yeah, people. Okay, that's cool. Cool. Now if I click here, we get a text box, which that should be pretty simple. We just go up here and grab this guy and kind of just paste it right there. Done. We need a speed, which is a number, which I'm guessing can't be 0. No. Has to at least be 1. That would twist things up. Then we could have it where you could have a scroll message on top of a scroll. No. No. We're not going to do that. But. Okay. This will be called speed. It's a number. Yep, well, that's fine. I need a description. I don't have anything going on right now in my ears, which annoys me. So, play proper Google Play because it will play the music in real time. Okay. I have delay. Dang it, delay was too long. Speed at which text scrolls. Okay. Now the thing I didn't see was the fast forward, which annoyed me. I wonder, what is code 405? I wonder how that's coded. I don't see in the parameters where it says you can do fast forwards. Or it says you can't do fast forwards. This I don't know how it works. Interesting. Generally, I'm pretty good at knowing how things work. Okay. Or since it's on the list to scroll top to bottom, how about left? Maybe left to right? Or right to left? Ah, I think I see what you're saying. Like the old ticker boxes. Let's see if I can find a quick video showing it. I think City Skylines has one. City Skylines ticker box. Or actually, easiest, news ticker box. Why are you not searching for me? Thank you. Oopsie. Something like that, right? Is this what you're thinking? This is what I'm thinking. I just realized the YouTube facepalm and the Discord facepalm have two different directionals. Like, one's right-handed, one's left-handed. Okay, yeah, we'll add that. Scroll left from left or right like a news tickle box. I actually think it's called a tickle box, but we're going to leave it news so I remember. You never know. That could actually be really easy. It could literally be a directional they're not setting. You never know. Okay. So I think that's all we need for that. Oh yeah. You could do news briefings. You could do all sorts of little weirdities. It'd be really cool if you put it into the battle log, and instead of it being like the normal battle log, it's like a news broadcast almost. Not this plugin. That's a different plugin entirely. So we can just be like, hello, Ward 2. Okay. What is this parameter? I must be missing something. I am missing something. It did tell us. It was just a number. You can make a scene that sides. I am missing something. We can detect fast forward or not. If you're allowed to fast forward or not. Oopsie. I don't want to fast forward anything. But we can detect it, so. So should we have no fast forward, or should we say fast forward? Allows fast forwarding. Because right now, how the game has it, it says no fast forwarding. I think it should be fast forwarding with the default being on. Because I think the not is a weird confusion. What do you guys think? Yeah, I'm going fast forward too. No, why inside me. Okay. So its default is on and off, but we could actually. A lot of people can be very impatient with dialogue. You gave me an idea. We'll have to look into it. definable fast forward speed. That would be cool. Being like, hey, I want the fast forward to be 8 times faster than the normal one. But okay. If you have a text dump and misclick the NPC, you have to see all that again. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do net on being fast forward or allow off being disable. Enable. So you're enabling fast forwarding or you're disabling fast forwarding. True is enable, false is disable. We should actually test that a little bit better. Okay. Because, actually, whoopsie. I want the speed to be ridiculously fast. We can make the speed anything we want as well. And then I want to turn off fast forwarding. Or turn off no fast forwarding. Because you know how I like just seeing how big a number can get before the game breaks. Okay, 1 is true. See, there we go. So, no fast forwarding is true. So if we flip these, we don't have to change the code much, which is what I wanted to check. If we just flip this, call this enable, whoopsie. Call that enable. And call this disabled. We don't have to change the code any. No. Okay. It's gonna go at me and break. Yep, cool. This needs to be. We want default enabled, because we want fast forwarding enabled by why? Okay, it's gonna say no fast forwarding. Actually, no, it's gonna say fast forwarding. We're doing not on this. I'm sorry, that's ugly. We're doing not. I just need to make note of that. Fast forward arg is knotted to match default behavior. There we go. Because I'm sorry, I much rather it be enabled, fast forwarding equals true. Done. And we don't care about this anymore. Okay, so that's going to give us our args, and then we can start playing around with everything. Okay, so we need the third arg, like always. Okay, so the first thing is the text, the second thing is the speed, then the last thing is the forward. So what I'm going to say is this is your speed, so that will be a number of args dot speed args dot speed, and then this will be Yep, that makes sense. Cool. I think eval works though. Yeah. Even though I don't like eval, we're just going to use eval for now. There we go. And then this becomes that. So that should work. Look at that. We already got it working. Awesome. Cool. So that works. Now can we get it fancy? First things first is how fast can we make it? Can we make it super fast? Super fast. That's 8. And the 99999 just disappeared. Okay, maybe that's a little too fast for the game to render. So let's remove a couple 9s. Maybe that's a little too fast for the game to render. I saw it for a split second. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, cool. I don't think we need to put a maximum here because you should decide how many frames you want your text to be displayed on. Now, what if we made it a negative number? Curiosity killed the cat, but I'm no cat, so I'm gonna live after this. What if we went negative? I think I have to refresh it. Why can't I go negative? Let me go where I want to go. Can numbers not go negative? You know what? Hard code it. Negative 32. We're going to take some just random chat data and what does negative text look like? I'm hoping it goes in the south direction. Nope, it locks up the game. Dang it. It doesn't like the idea of going negative. It just literally locks up the game. The game's like, I don't know what to do. You asked me what's negative speed, and I have no clue. We should have a default here too. Doesn't like negatives apparently. I mean, you basically asked a universe, what if I went negative speed? And the universe looked at you and like, do you know what you're asking? And we were like, not really, but can you just do it, please? Okay, some long text to enjoy. Can we have negative? There's that. And there's that. That all works. Cool. So now we can start looking into how to do fancy stuff. Yeah, I'm imagining that's what it did. Is under the hood somewhere there's like a loop or something. And it was like loop until negative and add 1 every time. And it was like, I have no clue what you want here. Like, we're never going to reach that. Okay, so we can start checking out some of this stuff. What is set scroll? This sets the scroll mode. We might experiment time. What if we say false here? What breaks in the game if we just say like, hey, can you scroll but don't make it scroll, please? It just shows text. Ooh, that was interesting. It auto windowed. Interesting. But not really what we're looking for. So we need to keep looking. Okay, so something's going to call this function somewhere. I'm going to take a random guess and assume it's here. Yep. What is this update message function? There's our direction, I think. If we could hijack this a little bit, I think we can change our direction. Because I think if I did negative and I did less than, I think that should theoretically rotate it around. We'll find out. Nope, it immediately ends it because I think it's still detecting where it is. We need to redefine the origin.y. Yep, okay. So if origin.y meant that, and those meant those, now if we played it, I'm pretty sure we'll flip the direction. Nope, it doesn't like that. This, okay, subtract the origin. If the origin is less than the height, terminate message. Okay. Origin height. So if the height is the maximum, so I would imagine that would be 0. Well, the quickest way is to go console.log this.height. What is the height in this case? I'm gonna assume that's 0, but why not just call it 0? Nope, it's the bottomest point of the window. Okay. So if the origin's at the bottom, and we are moving up the origin, and once the origin is less than or equal to the content.height, what is that? This dot content dot height. That's interesting. So it's 36 for one and the other thing. So if origin.y starts at 6,000 or 600, if 600 is greater than or is less than equal to the height, we're not worried about it right now. Content.height probably has to do with line height and padding. I agree, but I'm trying to figure out how. So I understand this function. Basically, we start at a height, and from that height, we keep adding a scroll. But if I do subtracting, like, this should be how we flip the direction. In theory. But it's not. I mean, this is what content.height is doing, but we're not. I think right now we're going to look at getting all the functionality down, and then maybe in the future we'll make a custom window set for all the custom functionality. Because really, it seems like we're going to be having to create our own window class. Just because all these things keep getting recalled, and it's just everything under the sun, and it's like, I don't know where to begin. So I need to study how to work with the GUI. So, is there any other cool things we can do otherwise with that one? And I know somebody who I can reach out to learn how to do GUI stuff. Okay. Got infinite speed, got some text. I kind of want to throw my word wrapping code in here. Give me a second to find that. I just want to, for two things, I want to first see how hard it would be to just throw it in. And second, if it's not that hard, well, no. First things first, we have working code. Which I haven't moved over yet. Okay. Now we have working code. We added command 105. Okay. And we'll push that up to my branch. We won't merge yet. From the top. Okay. What were we doing? Oh yeah. I was gonna look to see if my code wrapping or word wrapping code would work. If I can find it real quick. Okay. I think it will. Let's grab some things here. Okay, it's going to be part of the core though. Because I don't think there's anything special with my word wrapping. We'll find out. No, it doesn't look like anything special. Okay, so we're gonna create a new variable. This is gonna be a line counter, or a word wrap line counter, which just needs to exist for now, because in our Windows base.prototype, I will have the Losco word wrap. Yeah, we'll just call it Losco word wrap. That's fine. Here will be a function that takes into some text. Or actually, it'll take in a text state, if I remember right. Yeah, text state, because there's some properties with that. I don't have my quick fix in this one. Ah, that sucks. Okay, we'll do this later then, because I don't have. I had a bug, and in one version of this code I fixed the bug, and apparently I keep finding the one without the bug fix. So we'll continue going. I don't think there's anything fancy we could do other than that. Let's see, what other things can we do? Control switch. Is there anything cool we could do with control switch? Any cool ideas for control switch? I mean, that might just be a boring one. It might just be exactly what this does. No weird. No, we can do a toggle. That would be cool. A toggle where it detects if it's on or off and then decides if it should be on or off. That would be nice. So let's go into that. Let's do that real quick. And this one's easy. Look at that. Look how simple this code is. We could really do some stuff here if we wanted to. Control self switch command from anywhere would be cool, like you mentioned before. That I believe is actually not that hard. Yeah. So if you see, when you do a control self switch, there's actually like a map data, an event, and all that. So we could easily throw that in. We could do additional control switches. That's a, ooh. I think we are going to combine control self switch and control switch Was it one of the business server plugins that allowed variables to be set in JavaScript? Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. So, I'm thinking. I'm using my big brain here. Why have control switch and control self switch separate? What we should maybe do is instead you have, you have control switch and control self switch, and the only difference is, unlike this where you're selecting single in range, you could select self switch or single range, I guess self range if you wanted. So you could do self range and all that, and you could have an infinite number of self switches because all it takes is a term. If you type A, we'll set it to A. Now, sadly, we can't adjust this. This will always have 4. But if you wanted to, you could easily, in theory, go somewhere. Maybe we provide it as a script. Or maybe in our conditional branch it has it. But you could easily go in here and be like, event self switch dog. I mean, of course you need quotes. Create that, and now this event will have a self switch called dog, which will determine the traits. I think that's a good idea. I think that it would work. We'll do that. It'll make it nice. Pretty nice. And I shouldn't have deleted that. The conditional branch I shouldn't have deleted. We are going to make a losco event, losco dot this event dot self switch and a string. I don't like that. That's pretty long. But it'd be nice if you could read other event switches. So maybe instead of that we do just rough coding here. Maybe we do losco that's how we do it, right? I don't know. I don't know if we can define it that way, but let's try it. Losco self switch and one will take a map ID, an event ID. Here's a question, and I'll let you decide this because you're here and enjoying this. Should you be able to change or should you be able to read the self switch on an event that's not on the map? So like on a different map, a different event, you could read that self switch and do something on the event you're on. Should that be possible? If the answer is yes, then we do one thing. If the answer is no, then we do another. I think if I had to go off the top of my head, I think we should just make it possible just in case. Just in case somebody wants it, even though it's going to make the code a little bit more complicated. That would be really cool. We could do a lot of cool things with that functionality. Okay, then we'll do it that way. So then switch name. And then we'll have another one, or in this one, it's going to have to, it's going to get the map ID. That's easy. Actually, we could do this. If map ID is, my keyboard is deciding to be rude. Come on, keyboard, don't be rude to me. Is a number, then this is just pseudocode, so really I need to comment all this out. My keyboard is giving up on me. I hate it. The downside to a wireless keyboard is you can work anywhere, but if it gives up on you, it gives up on you. Okay, if it's a number, then we just, if it's not a number, if it is not a number, then what we're going to do is check if it is this. Load current map ID number. Or check if map ID is referring to map name. And we do the same with event ID. If event ID is not number, then we check if it is the word this. If it is, then we load current event ID number. Else, we check if event ID is referring to event name, and we do the same there. And then we read the switch at map ID, comma, event ID with the name switch name. So now you could just, if you wanted to refer to this specific map, this specific event and map, would be loss co self switch the word this, and then whatever your switch name is, dog. And that looks cleaner. I think that looks cleaner. Of course, if you come in here and you'll be like, what's this? But if you work with this plugin enough, you'll be like, oh yeah, this map, this event. Do you guys agree? I agree. I think that's a good idea. And then if you wanted like a different map, you could always do like map 29, 23, event 4, dog. Awesome. Cool. We'll do that then. Not going to do anything right now, but we'll keep that in there. If we figure out how to do event codes in our plugin commands, we'll tie that into the special command conditional branch. If not, we'll just keep it as a script call. Cool, so let's get working on switches. All switches, self and non-self switches. Because why is there a separation between the two? IDs are following. IDs are following, so it is time well spent. I don't know what that means. Right now I need to find switches though. Common events are going to be weird. I don't know what we can do with common events. There's a bunch of weird ones I just don't know what we're going to do with. Okay. So that's scroll text. This is going to be here. Okay, so that's that. We need to see what switches actually show up in the engine though. Oh yeah, that's the one thing with video devlogs is over the week I could look at this and go like, oh, here's some ideas we didn't actually write down, we just talked about. Okay, so let's say switch 3 and on. I want to include the toggle. So merge switches and self switches, toggle, some ideas. Okay. I am changing the wrong function. There we go. Okay, let's see what we get. We get an error. That's lovely. Line 100. What is it erroring out on? of core, the core plugin. This is undefined. Okay, we broke something, guys. Oh, you know what we did? No, we didn't do that. There you go. Why are you broken all of a sudden? I need a crash though. I have some things to do. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll talk to you most likely tomorrow then. Have a good night. Game event. Take care. This is undefined. Hmm. This list is undefined. Sorry. We did something bad. Temp1 dot list. Undefined. Okay, we messed something up. What did we mess up? Is it because of a single switch? No. It just, for whatever reason, can't read this game event. I'm curious. What if I delete the event? Okay, so it is that event. Let's create a new one. Maybe I somehow corrupted the event. Yep, it looks like I somehow corrupted the event. That's great. Hopefully that's not an actual bug we did. Okay. We coded that all up, and we did that. That gives us that. We don't care about that. What we were interested in is something long forgotten, apparently. Wait. Okay, 330. That's an interesting parameter. Three, 330. Let's make that 14. Because 330 makes very little sense to me. 14, 14, 0. Ah, initial and 0, I'm guessing, is the state. Do they really not these? That would be horrible. Yep, it's knotted. Why? 90% of my questions here is why? Why? Okay, so the parameters is so If it's on, it's off. If it's off, it's on, apparently. Oh, that is stupid. I'm posting this in Discord since no one's here. Yeah, I won't. It is what it is, but that is ridiculous. The ridiculous. So, it's not knotted. They check to see if it equals 0. Okay, I'm gonna do about 10 minutes of this, and then I'll do coding by myself. Unless somebody's actually watching this. If you are, like, leave a dot or something. Okay, now we need to go to objects. We got switches. We want self switches. And we can actually simplify this down so we don't lose any functionality. No, we don't. We'll play around with that later. Okay, so I need to figure out what that is. Which I just need this. Objects. Character and the inverse of the if statement. But we know that there's more that can be provided to that. So I think I'm going to stop it right here. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I will continue with mine. Until next time, bye-bye.